I don't know how today is gonna go. There is some work being done in the street downstairs, and it is for the telecoms and the internet providers. So if the entirety of the building lose power at some point, it's because they cut one of the cables. So I can't tell for sure that everything is gonna be fine today. Uh, I'm also needing like the noise cancelling headphones to hear myself, which is kind of sad because downstairs is just breaking the road. But other than that, we good. I hope you're good. I hope your Tuesday was nice and that your Wednesday is going to be fine as well. That's the usual. That is the usual. We don't have a lot of news. We have a lot of things that I'm testing out. I've built like another app yesterday because I had an idea and something that I had in my head for a long time. And then I decided to try it out and it kind of works, but I can't really test it out, which is kind of sad. Um, I guess I can test it out somewhere, but yeah, for once it's a cross-platform app, but I decided to go with two code-based database as well because it makes more sense. So we'll see. Maybe at some point we'll have something that just runs and work and is shareable, but for now that's not the case. For now, that is not the case. Anyways, we have some teeny tiny things. The current situation, the current thing that happens on the perfume app is the fact that the database is still not good. So I'm deciding to change that to something a bit better. But I am scared as always because, you know, designer, not dev. Going for stuff related to the back end is not the easiest thing. It's going to take a while for me to just figure it out and make sure that it just works. And make sure that it just is fine. The other issue that I have is since I added the sync for everyone feature on the last stream, Lone Traveler. Hi, welcome in. I hope you have a good luck and work. Appreciate the business blessings. Since I added this thing, it means that I think I explained that before. That basically, CloudKit, iCloud sync system. If you are in development, you are in the development container, which makes a lot of sense, right? But if you are in production or in test flight, you are getting the production-ish container for the data. So I end up with duplicated data, and that's mainly on my phone only, and no one else can have access to this issue that I have, which is good. but that means that I can't really test stuff unless I'm like deleting the app, reinstalling the app, and all dealing with the duplicates, which I have done, but it's just a pain in the ass. So I don't know. It's extremely scary for me to go through that and work on this and make sure that it works properly without having like a secondary phone that is dedicated for testing. I really need like a an iCloud account that is my test account forever, that can be wiped and resetted and so on and be good. But for now, that's not the case. So we'll see when that happens. But yes, I'm working on this thing to make sure that we have like a proper sync management. The initial issues in this thing that I talked about last week is the fact that we have the reference fragrances that are in the CloudKit container right now, and they are duplicated on the user device in the SQL SQL container on device. And that link in between the two doesn't really work. Like CloudKit doesn't really send notification at the right time, doesn't have an updated timestamp. It's not really a live database, even though the content is kind of stale. It's not a live database, which is a bit of an annoyance. So I'm trying to make sure that this works in terms of structure with a new system through Convex, because Convex is the thing that I'm using for ban, and it makes a lot more sense. And it makes a lot more sense for a lot of other products that I have in mind, but nonetheless, um, we'll see if that works. Technically speaking, it's supposed to be something related to um, not related to, but remaining in the free tier, even if you have like 200,000 records or documents, as they call it, it should be like at the limit of the free tier, so that should be good. But it's just like it's a lot of world that I don't know. This entire thing in backend, I have no clue how it works, and yeah, not the happiest about it, but I don't have a choice. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. So far, we have proper sync in between devices for the collection. I'm going to see if I can have proper sync for the current state of a perfume as well. I don't know if that's an option, but basically having, if I mark perfume as wearing on my phone, it's marked as wearing on my iPad as well, so that if I, for some reason, use the app on my phone, on my iPad, on my Mac, and so on, I can make my um, testing notes on each of my devices. That's the plan. We'll see when that happens. For now, I don't know. I asked a question on TikTok to know if people had updated the app, downloaded the app, and so on. I forgot to turn that on. Yes, that's true. Uh, got they. So we'll see. We'll see when that happens, but that's not like for today. That is for sure. So far, everything is broken, and yeah. I'm in the stage where I'm like the previous commit is fine. The current thing that I'm working on is a very bad idea, and I shouldn't have done that, but I did. And um, how can I say that? I'm not doing a branch again. I wanted to, but I'm not. So we'll see if that's gonna bite me in the ass later. It probably will. It will probably bite me in the ass, but we never know. Can you turn on or linked or something? My phone is slow. My internet connection is slow today. My computer is dying. I'm happy that you can't, or I hope you can't, hear the fans, but the fans on my Mac, I can hear them through my headphones, which is not good at all. Also, I have the lights in the background. I forgot about that. I forgot about these ones. Anyways, how is you? How is everything? How is the day going? That is the usual questions. The other app that I built yesterday that kind of works on both devices right now is an app that came into my mind, I would say in 2023, roughly, when I was in the hospital. Obviously, it's not gonna be a very happy app, but it's one that is kind of needed. People like me that have a very active internet presence, I would say, or an active phone addiction, or something else. It doesn't really matter. Uh, but live alone and don't really have contact with with anyone external may happen to have health condition that would allow them to die at any point and not really notify anyone about it. So this is something that I wanted to do when I had my heart thing, because I was like, well, if it popped when I'm sleeping, which is unlikely, but we never know. No one would know, and I would be here at a very sad time. I'm sick. Well, come on in. I'm building a new app that is pretty cool. So the idea is it takes your phone activity and it's most likely going to be targeted toward people that are phone active rather than older people. I feel like older people will have a harder time to figure that out. But basically, it would be something like, did the phone wake up today? Did the user open an app? Did something happen on that device? Is the battery level good enough? And so on, to make sure that if for some reason a phone that is not used for more than 3 days probably means something happened. It could be lost, it could be something else, but whatever. And send a text to emergency contacts of that person to say, well, we don't know what happened, but we know that they haven't touched their phone for 3 days. This is unlikely. So maybe check on them. And the thing is, obviously, if it's in the notification, it sends well, the last known battery level was 10%, then, well, probably the phone died and they haven't recharged it. So you can just go there, check on them and see. But if the last battery level was 80%, then it's unlikely that they haven't touched their phone in 3 days. So that's the thing. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good idea overall. It apparently there is um an app in China that is translated as "Are you dead?" with a question mark, and that's the name of the app. And it's for people in remote area and most likely old people in China that don't really have contact with their families and just die at home without any information. And the thing with Are You Dead app is that they require the user to do something. And for me, I think this is something that needs to run on a system level, or at least as close to the system level as possible, so that it's just, well, something happened on the system. Like the user did something. There has been user input, therefore, user is probably alive. And so that's something that is more feasible on Android than it is on iOS, which is sad. iOS doesn't expose system level logs and phone wake up, app opening, and so on. Like you can't really track all these, privacy and so on, which I understand. Um, might be able to do something about it, but yeah, something with a widget on the home screen, for example, could be an option to bypass um, the whole system. But yeah, anyways, that's the thing. How are you? Almino, how's the day going? I know you joined at a time where I was saying that I was dying, which is true, like everyone else. But yeah, um, I will be dying before most people, and therefore I will, based on my lifestyle and lack of external activity, um, probably die alone at home, which is fine by me, or alone at the gym without anyone realizing it, because it happens. Um, but yeah, it's It's a thing that one of the reasons was like when my dad died, also same thing. I know, sorry for the gray area and dark stuff in the beginning of the stream, but when my dad died, um, the entirety of the hospital took 12 fucking days to send us a message to notify us that something had happened. 12 days is a long time. And my dad used to be on his phone, not often, but at least once a day, for text and calls and stuff. And that would have basically helped because I would have known exactly, well, the last location that we know is this place, and we haven't had any updates since then. So that location is currently the hospital. It's probably there. So go check. I don't know. So yeah, that would have been a good thing, but we'll see. We will see if I work on that a bit longer than expected. I don't know. I don't know. And then I made one change on ban, even though no one's there yet. I need the button for this. Um, ban has one single update, which is related to the iframe in the grid. So you end up with something that is not there. Sorry, my bad here. That provides a bit more of a better output in the fucking this button is broken every time. I need to fix that. If I add like an iframe in here, you would have like the proper rendering of the iframe. The thing that I thought about earlier today was in the text and quote and so on related cards, it would be better potentially to get them through a more text-based environment rather than a quote-based environment. Right now, it is really quote-based, and it could make sense to make that more for a text editing. So, as an example, I think spatial is going to be a pretty good reference. If you haven't seen spatial, spatial is one of the latest tools for designers and other people to manage content, see things. It is really good. It is one of the best designed navigation system, and overall just ID concept. Like the whole thing is really cool, and we like everything that has been in there. But yeah, it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. It's a nice design overall. It's a very good looking content. Everything is really cute, like really cute, really nice. All of this color picker is really interesting from what we're used to. And you know, it's very, very nice to see. So similar ID, I guess, in my head, having like a card that looks like the beginning of a note, and then if the user were to click on it, you would have access to something that can be way bigger. So IDs, IDs. I guess the only thing that we don't have yet is proper image navigations, which is fine, but look at all of these micro interactions. Goddamn. Goddamn. Everywhere. All the things is just like such a nice transition. I like this thing. Anyways, so yeah, so that's the new thing in the iframe. There is a bit of change. And then the analytics also is supposed to work. Chris, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? This is not working, and I don't know exactly why, but I need to figure it out. Maybe it will work later. I don't know. Yeah, that's why. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He's been dropping updates every 2 days. It's crazy. Um, like most of the things when I joined, I was on build 10, I think, and now we're on build 24, which is really good. But overall, we have like a very, very good output on his side. Obviously, I'm just sending builds left, right, and center, so my build count doesn't count. It doesn't count, but goddamn. And then Sake decided to make an update finally. Finally, did a bit of an update, and then that update broke everything, so I sent him a DM directly and he made a fix. So that's cool. New navigation, new performance improvement, and so on. I don't really know if I see the performance improvements on Tomokanji, but eh, eh, it's fine. But yeah, no, spatial is good. Genie is pretty interesting as well, but it's also like not. I don't see the point. Um, but it was the same thing for Dot. I don't see the point. I don't understand the appeal of a what's the word? Uh, an AI assistant that lives on your phone that isn't really connected but is connected. That's kind of weird. I'm saying that's kind of sad. I hope your internet is getting better. But yeah, like there's the thing. Yeah, yeah. uh, yeah, spatial. I really have a hard time with. Yeah, it is pronounced spatial. Spatial. Uh, spatial computing, as they say. Yeah, I have a bit of a hard time with the the icon. I feel like the design is not necessarily representative of what it it represent. Because nothing is on the side. Like we don't have a single thing in the app that is at a 45-degree angle. Um, like the only thing is the chevrons that are to open and close, and even then these are arrows. So I don't know. I don't know. It feels kind of weird. Nonetheless, it is really cool to see and have access to this. And again, I am blown away by how polished and unpolished at the same time these things are. I just wish there was like a dark mode version of this to not like flashbang myself when I'm in there. Um, because you do have a dark mode thing, but it's not like I can't live with that. I can't live with it. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But like that whole thing is really good. Like they've done a very good job. Um, I can't. I cannot. There's no like. Um, there's no modes. There's nothing. There's no settings specific. And my device is currently dark mode, light mode switch doesn't really do anything, so that's kind of sad. Yeah, all of the small, such. I am glazing the bias for sure. It's really good. They have done a very good job um in this entire thing. All the details are pretty good. The thing that I don't like, the only thing that I don't like about it is the fact that since he's been posting about the app and the project on Twitter, I've seen 6 different people that have been attempting to duplicate his content for the web instead of being like native macOS. This is a native macOS thing. And so they are struggling with the animation, but they are using the exact same design. That pissed me off. So yeah, this is an app by Tobias. I think it would be better to go directly. I guess Threads is gonna be the best option. For now, Mac only, yes. I think he's potentially planning. These are some titties, kind of. Um, where you at? There. um, he might be planning on releasing it for the iPad at some point because it could work on iPad for sure. But yeah, he's been working on that since not so long ago, to be honest. He was working, or he talked about that for the first time in March last year. So March 2025, that was the first time we saw this. And then like the first iteration had that gray taupe background, which is a bit better, but then that changed and there was this thing right here with the dark mode, which was a really good idea and then didn't happens. Um, I doubt, to be honest, I doubt this would happen for Windows. And that's why the others are basically building like the web version of this. But goddamn, it's kind of sad. It is kind of sad. Um, I don't think. Hmm. I don't think I'd be able to find the post in questions that I've been seeing. It's been like more than a week since the last one, so I'm gonna have so much. Yeah, that's just yesterday's post. God dang. That is gonna take a while. Um, but yeah, there are some people that are trying to duplicate this exact interface and behaviors through web interface, and eh, I don't know if I like it. I think the concept is good. I wish Tobias was doing it, but obviously you can't do everything. Um, I just know that the web version will be kind of shitty in terms of experience and micro animations, unless it's made by the same people, in which case maybe. But yeah, for now, it's a bit of an infinite canvas situation when you have a place to organize your thoughts, your images, your research, or whatever. And so that's a pretty good concept ID. But it just takes some time. Yeah, I doubt, to be honest. It's been a while. It has been a while. I'm looking because if you're on Windows and you are looking for it, it might be a better option to get like the web version. Yeah, and welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How's the rewriting of the app for the 16th time? Yeah, I don't know the name. That's the thing. I don't know the name of the person that did the thing. I just know the overall color scheme and the behavior. So, for example, that person has done something similar. Um, and it's kind of bad, but it's a thing. But it's kind of bad, but it's kind of the same idea, same concept. I can see exactly how inspired they have been from spatial in the first place, like the button placement, the corner radius, the slight angles, and so on. There is like other features in there that are not necessarily things, but this is one of them. I'm going to send you the link in a second. And then I know there is another one that is, I would say, around the same time. And also this one is the one that I talk about all the time. So let's just keep that right now. There is another person that has done a blue-ish, very basic JavaScript implementation, like a very basic TypeScript view. And it kind of works, but I don't like the animations. And you're right on that. It is much easier to clone something than building it from scratch. But these are some titties. You saw some titties. Makes sense. But sorry, I obviously am laughing at what I'm seeing because I know what I see. For split second, Cybersec, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Somewhere? Yeah. So you're right, first of all, Chris. We have a lot of designers and new coding able people through LLMs and other platforms that are simply saying, well, this thing that I want to do or that already exists is paid, it's out of my budget, and I can nowadays build my own. And therefore, if I build my own, why not just release it and provide it for other people to use as well? And why not just make a bit of money on that? And let's make it like a one-time thing, one-time payments, and then be done with it. The only issue that I see with the one-time payment is I would probably say if I make something one-time payment, I don't have any goals of implementing more stuff. So yeah, that's the thing. Like my perfume app is a one-time payment, and I would expect it to be updated to a degree for a certain amount of time, but not like it's not gonna be 5 years of like updates. I'm guessing I'm probably gonna do like a 2.5, 3 years run of updates for things, but then after that, unless someone comes to me and say I really need this feature and I've never thought about it before, most of the app is going to be something like performance enhancement and making sure that the thing runs smoothly and making sure that there is no hiccups in sync and so on, which is the thing that I'm currently working on. So that is part of the one-time payment. When I have something like, as always, if I have like ongoing cost. So right this instant and at the cross that I'm currently in, I'm thinking about implementing a new database system for the perfume app, which would imply ongoing cost, meaning that the people that are currently paid and have paid for the lifetime thing at $24 will probably retain this, but I will probably have to, if I move with that new database system, change the whole app and say, well, now it's a $2 a month thing. So if you bought the lifetime before, you got the lifetime, you're done. But if you are coming in now, based on the fact that I have ongoing cost, I need a subscription-based model because I can't like have you just pay for something once and then nothing when the rest of the infrastructure is costing me $25 a month. That's, a bit harder. So that's a thing. And then going back to me doing shit like community-based pricing to ensure that people are participating. Same thing. I have a feeling that it's interesting in the social economic aspect, but not really in the business time or business type of things. Like it is unreliable and the whole product is probably going to die if there is no one that buys. So there is an incentive for me to make it like it's free, as in order to access the tool, you need to pay $1. Like if you pay $1 to access, not a $1 a year, but like $1 once, that should cover the cost of user for, yeah, at least 2 years ish at a certain scale. So it could be something, or it could be like a $1 a year in the beginning, and then yeah, it's kind of weird. Like $1 a year to access, and then you can buy the subscription, which is on top of if something is non-working in there. So yeah, I don't know. Business model is always a very interesting thing for me to work on and think about. Um, but it's complex. And for those of you just joined, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I scrolling Twitter? I'm looking for something that I saw somewhere along the line of last week or in the last 2 months. And so I'm trying to figure out where it is, but I can't find it. Because as always, I forgot the name. I don't know who posted it. It's someone that is not in my liked and followed people. So I am trying to find something. I could. I could. What the fun in that? So I know you may have something, as in you do have something, but most importantly, um, I've tried so many times. I have tried so many times to get um, organization tools to work with me, and it just doesn't. Um, like it just I don't I don't need the organization for 99% of my activity on the internet. And I do need the organization for these things, but it needs to be in a very different way than a link pasting thing, because that will never happen. I will never paste a link somewhere as oh, I need to remember this, because it's most of the time it's just, oh yeah, I like this, and that's it. That's all I have. So that's the reason why in the first place I wanted to get um, some sort of how can I say that? Um, an automation, I guess, through Twitter likes and Threads likes that were basically going through everything that I've done on a given day and then give me a recap at the end of the day or at the end of the week or at the end of the month and provide me with the ability to just like select stuff. But yeah, um, yeah, I have the whole system if you want to build it. The only reason why I didn't is because Twitter decided that now, if you want to be part of or get access to the Twitter API just to get your own likes, you need to pay $100 a month minimum. And I'm like, well, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not paying more than $1,000 per year to just get access to my life when I can spend a day scrolling to find something, which I'm not finding right now, which is kind of sad. But yeah, I think I'm gonna give up in about a minute because I feel like I'm either not close at all or very far away, or like, as in I passed it and I missed it. Because not close and far away means the same thing. Uh, yeah, let's say. I haven't found it here, but so that person has created this thing that we talked about earlier that was shown, that was an interesting thing. I'm gonna need to get into their medias directly because they haven't posted about it in a while. They are here where they have like their stacks and their things and their whatever. So that's an interesting concept that they have. Yeah, it's the same thing, but it works. It works. So, like that's how they have experimented uh, and play with that, but it's also like, to me, a copy of what Tobias has created. So that's pretty sad. And then this one is the thing that I'm talking about all the time, and every time I forget who they are, what they do. So now I'm just gonna bookmark this one. And this person has created a plan app, travel plan app thing, which gives the user the ability to just like plan their trips for specific cities and countries and stuff. And if you look at their feed, it's the same thing over and over and over again. Like everything is like repost, but most of the time it's just the same picture and the same picture and the same picture. And sometimes there is the same picture. And from time to time, it happens that they have the same picture, but most of the time it is the same picture. And it's not repost, which is pretty impressive to see that they just like do the exact stuff. Like that's one, and then they repost it, and then they post that image again like 2 days before and so on. Uh, but that was one of the questions from Chris last week on Monday about marketing. Oh no, from Dabshi. That was Dabshi, not Chris. Sorry, my bad. Dabshi asked about that, and that's basically one of the options to get like views. When you look at the overall traction and views per things, some of these are getting thousands of views, hundreds of likes, even though they are the exact same thing over and over and over again. So, sometimes it's just like hammering the point and being done with it. Um, they had done at some point one very, very, very cool uh, picture, just a pic that was nice, but that's about it. So yes, that's one of the things that I kind of want to showcase. I wish I had the the automation. I don't know, a way to just work with Twitter API, but yeah, no. Nonetheless, the thing that I had in mind, uh, yeah, so that you have a bit of an idea potentially if you are interested, was something that was basically today in my feed, or this week in my feed, or this month in my feed. And so at the end of the day, it basically scrapes my likes based on post ID from the day before. And then everything from there is just scraped and put into a feed that I can just scroll through and save or discard likes and then send that to a recap newsletter things. As me, designer, I know some people have asked a lot of times when I was doing the liked review or likes review on stream. And so that basically give me an analytics for myself, but also a newsletter worthy content of this is the thing that I've liked today. This is the thing that I've liked this week, which is basically a short list of the today's ones. Like it's basically keeping one per day or two per days maximum. And then on the monthly thing, it's just this one stood out. That's the reason, and so on. And the idea was to get the dashboard saying, here is the post. Can you explain why you liked it? And is there like a common pattern coming out of this or not? So yeah, I haven't. No. Um, yeah, I don't know about raindrops, so I need to check that out. I don't know if they have like an API thing that I could work with, but maybe yeah, that could be a thing. I have seen that. I have seen that before. Yeah, I think we talked about this last year, and it's the one when I was looking for Eagle, which is basically the same thing, but from macOS from 2010, 11-ish. And I spent like the whole stream looking for that. I think that's why I remember, but I don't have that. Um, yeah, but yeah, like that was the point. Like basically getting a way for me to get an end of day recap. I don't know, you probably have seen that person saying, I'm taking a lot of screenshots of my phone on a daily basis for apps building purposes. And therefore, at the end of the day, I have a Siri action that basically goes through everything and says, do you want to keep that or do you want to discard this? Or same thing for the picture. Like if they take a lot of pictures at the end of the day or at the end of the week, I forgot, they get like a bit of a recap that says which one do you want to keep. There is so many that look the same, and go through with the native system of photos, like iOS Photos Analytics or Google Photo Analytics that basically have the ability to do that. So that's a cool idea, but it's basically the same concept, but for my likes, because a lot of people have been requesting since the likes on Twitter are now non-public. If I could just make them public, I wouldn't care. And if you want to see what I like on a daily basis, you just go to my likes, and that's fine. But I can't do that. So yeah. Um, yeah, something that saves them, even if that gets deleted, is a bit of a more heavier workflow, I guess. Um, because mm, if you need to save the text, the images, the videos, the whatever, you need a way to host that. And when a tweet gets deleted, I don't know if it's content, images, and such are getting deleted as well. I guess they are not accessible, but they might just be saved on server and not deleted for sure. But then I don't know. Um, yeah, It depends on the mods. Reddit is very much an unreliable mod things. I can't be trusted. You never know. If the mods on a given day is like, well, that's fine, and then the mod the next day is like, well, that's not fine. Uh, it's kind of not good. But yeah, like that's the main system and ID that I had in mind for that Twitter threads like. Um, and it would have been a good thing until I just looked at the prices of the APIs for the connection with NA10 and other self-hosted automation system. It's like just so bad, um, so bad. Um, yeah, it is basically a scraping thing, but because I was doing like a for my account thing, I was thinking if I can just log in with Twitter, just Twitter login is there and you're done and you're good. I can't do that. I guess I could potentially do that with um, Clerk or whatever in dev mode, so that I don't need like an API key or something. But if I need to check, but goddamn, yeah, that's really bad. That is really bad. So yeah, but it would have been really good. It would have been really good. It would also have been extremely nice to combine with Medium, Medium. When I was reading article on a daily basis, that's not the case anymore because most of them are just AI generated nowadays. It's kind of sad, but yeah, when I was reading Medium article on a daily basis back in 2016, 2019-ish, it would have been so much easier, so much better because that way you would have a real like, here is everything I've seen today, here is everything I've seen this week, and from these ones, here is everything that I liked really. I feel like this article is good. I feel like this tweet is pretty nice. Like this visuals on thread is neat, and so on. So that's eh, uh, yeah. I I'm gonna hot take as always. I don't think we should have proprietary data if it's user generated. I think if a user wants to share something, it should be accessible wherever. Um, but that should fall under the user decision, not on the platform decision. So something like Twitter, for example, should be able to say, well, if I posted it on Twitter, it's going to be indexed on Google somehow, and therefore it is accessible. Um, Twitter is a live platform that is like free to access if you have the current link, even if you are not logged in. So basically, any post um, is, you know, accessible for free without an account, unless your account is private, in which case that is on behalf of the user, and that's it. But yeah, um, I think that could work. I mean, it's going back to my regular thing. I don't think we should have currency anyways. I think shit should be free. As a, is it benefiting the humanity? Yes, then it's free. It's accessible. That's it. Fuck off. Like that's my baseline. Is it something that is supposed to be
Marvin
private?
Offers is now following.
You know, I don't think there should be anything that is private on the internet. But yeah, Marvin, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I said that twice. So yeah, I in going with the decentralized blockchain-based navigation for the content and the hosting and creating subclusters and such is feasible. It's a bit of a harder time, but it's also like extremely easy to create. Extremely easy to create. Um, so that's a thing. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. So shit like most of us have these things, sometimes more than one. And these things could be shipped with an allocated partition on the disk that is cluster based. And so you have your own partition data with your content, and then you have a relay partition for a blockchain-based cluster of phones around wherever you are. So if you move, for example, you go from France to Germany, eh, debatable, maybe avoid that, but it happens. Uh, you are moving from cluster French to cluster German, and therefore you then become a relay for the information for the people that are around you. And with that cluster-based blockchain-ish um, internet, you get the ability to host pieces of content as long as you're part of uh, like the cluster. So you are in cluster French, therefore you host a small portion of the French cluster that is around you, and then which is based on, I don't know, the top 100 most searched stuff that needs like quick access. And then you move to Germany for a weekend trip, nothing changes. Your cluster remains the French one. You're just like further away for the access. But if you stay in German related cluster for more than, I don't know, 3 days, 5 days, a month, then your cluster changes and your saved cached data from before gets removed and replaced with the cluster in which you are currently living and staying. So you could have that system work with images, videos, stuff based on user peer-to-peer, basically, uh, access by just having small parts seeded automatically through phones by clusters, because most of the phones are able to do that. But that's not for today. That's not forever, because corporations just want to make some money. So I get it. I don't get it, but I get it. You know, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So yeah, that's the thing that I think could happen. I'm sure would be viable if we have humanity as a thing, which will never happen, or at least not in my lifetime. We will hate each other as much as we can. That's still the case, and that will be the case for as long as I'm alive. That's for sure. So never gonna happen, but we never know. We never know. Maybe later, that could work. I think one of the statement that I've made before of I had that idea before, but like even if we are on a universal threat from an alien race coming from outside of space to do something about humanity, we may, and I have doubts, be considered as humanity and be able to recognize humans as long as the alien don't look humanoid. but I have so much doubts. I don't think that will ever happen. So even though utopist of me to have like a cluster-based internet system, I don't think it will happen. I don't think it will happen. And then it goes to the regular things which people are saying, well, if you are in a cluster of people that are like-minded and that think about stuff that are like basically negative, then you will be fed that like echo chamber of negative stuff and you will remain in there unless you move out for long enough, which is exactly how things happen in the real world already. But yeah, complaining. Anyway. Anyways. So yeah, no. I do stream. I've been streaming since 2020, as everyone has done that. And then um haven't stopped. I should have, but I haven't stopped. I might stop. I stopped for December. That's what I did. And now I'm back at it at the beginning of the year, but I don't know. There is a lot of things in there that don't really work in streaming for what I'm trying to do, and it's also like taking a lot of time that I need for building other projects. So it's a bit of a gamble. I can't work on stream, which is kind of sad. Um, not for like NDA purposes or NDA reasons, but just like it doesn't it doesn't allow me to do that. Can't work on it. Um, I yeah, I don't have the ability to be working on something and looking at chat at the same time. Um, like it's just sad. I wish I could, but it's also like really not fun. And specifically, I appreciate that. Um, no, I hate that. I will explain in a second. I think people that have been here before know exactly my take on this one, but I'm gonna explain. Nonetheless, if I were, I mean, that's not the case. I don't have it open, but if I were here and my current work is related to the apps that I'm building, so shit like Can, shit like Perfume, and so on have interesting visuals, interesting outputs, and such. What the work that it takes for me to do these things is such a boring environment because I'm AI coding shit all around, and that's it. So I'm just basically asking, can we do that? And then any AI ID is doing the same thing. Um, so yeah, I do clean up my feed. I hate having these things all around. It makes no sense to me. But yeah, like it's a bit boring. And then the second thing for the Pomodoro type of thing, there is a lot of people on Twitch that are doing what we call co-working streams, which are popular for some reason. Do we have anyone? I mean, no, she's IRL lately, so that is not an option. Props is not doing some co-working. Kitty is not doing some co-working. Well, Jackie is doing some co-working, kinda, roughly, but not really. Uh, Steffi is doing some co-working for sure. So also she's getting a rate, so things happened. Uh, I don't understand the content of co-working streams on Twitch. The main reason for this is Steffi's really cool and we like her and we, you know, we have fun with that and so on, but also like she's ending. Um, basically you are watching someone for someone or for what they do. So if I was to be watching Ari right here, I'm watching her for her or the game. But that's it, right? And co-working, Steffi is not speaking and I can't see the screen. So I don't see the fucking point. I I don't understand. Uh, like either you are there to have interaction with a streamer, which they don't for depending on the streamer. Um, like they are going to be not speaking, not in chat, and not really paying attention to chat for 25, 90 minutes sometimes, it depends. And then when they are, they missed most of the chat activities. They need to catch up, which makes no sense. Atakan, welcome on in. How are you? And then, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so basically the thing that I did on Monday, the stream from Monday is my entire workflow of I had an ID and we went from me explaining the ID to having a viable, not really, having a viable-ish prototype that could be used on device, right? So this thing um, was created, thought, and polished-ish, kinda, um, in a way that just make that's not working. That's not gonna work. That's supposed to work, but it doesn't. God damn it! I can't have the preview now. But that's like a full stream, or at least the first hour, roughly, of thinking about like what is the flow? How do I think about the prompting? How do I um, change stuff? When do I revert? When do I change chat window? Am I seeing when we have like some context window fringe where we are missing some information? All of that is what I'm doing. Also, this is supposed to be showcasing that, but that's not. How is this not showing? Why is this not showing? What do we not have? Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Uh, I don't know if I have a view model on this one. Hmm. I don't think it will work. I don't think that's gonna, I think that's gonna break. We never know. But basically, yeah, that stream from Monday was creating something from scratch. Even though it's a basic concept, it's a weather app with recommendation on what to take with you, right? Um, you want to know the true temperatures that you will have. So I'm using real feel instead of temperatures. And then I'm recommending things. So it's sunny, and I did some design changes from last time. Like it's sunny and it's 10 degrees, so You might need like a heavy jacket, some gloves and a scarf, and some sunglasses because it's going to be like bright sunny. These are the type of things that you kind of need to know before getting out. So that's the type of thing that is interesting to me. And then I have the hourly for the day to make sure that we have everything, and the next few days because maybe you're planning for a trip and you want to see where you are going to be, what are the temperatures, and so on. So that's the type of thing that I kind of wanted to do. And we did that in like basically the prototype thing took 20 minutes, one shotted through Claude. And then after that, it's just like polishing here and there, making sure that things are behaving as expected, that, you have the right content in the notifications and so on. But that's additional activities. But yeah, that was Monday. The thing is, if I if I'm here, I mean, I'm not here most of the time, but like if I'm working on a project through Cursor, for example, I don't really have the ability to speak and type the thing that I want to have at the same time, and I'm not yet comfortable enough with shit like Whisperflow and so on to um, speak what I'm trying to get out of the of Cursor. The reason for this is I'm usually thinking while I am writing whatever, and so all of that, for example, is uh, while it's happening, I'm thinking, yes, I should do that. I should have this added to the app. I should have something else, and that's like not really fun. At least from my point of view, it's not really fun to watch as a stream. So that goes back to I don't know yet. But yeah, right now, like for example, I'm debating switching from CloudKit to Convex for the database on the Perfume app, and it is a lot. It is a lot. It's also like not so good for me because it basically gives us some TypeScript files which I don't understand. Not that I care, but you know. Um, so that's something that goes in the whole system that I don't really grasp fully, and that's really bad for from my point of view. Like I shouldn't have that. Um, so yeah, I've seen it go through my feed. I haven't tried it yet, but also I don't think I will. Um, fuck. I hope you don't hear them breaking the street. And I think my camera is gonna be vibrating. Goddamn. Uh, I think the only people that have the ability to potentially build something that is like an AI assistant for Xcode is going to be Apple directly because they have so much more information and so much more Swift code than the AI models can have. Like right now, the only thing that the AI model could train on have been the Apple documentations and nothing else. Like there have been some questions on Stack Overflows and Reddit and so on, but most of the time it's like snippets of code, not full app features and so on. So unless Apple just unlock the entirety of their Xcode cloud system to any AI model that they want, like Claude or Google, I don't think we will have any good assistant for iOS stuff. But yeah. Um, and yeah, yes, I've seen these things. I've seen these source of truth, but also like the clo.md or cursor.md files, rules.md to help the system really understand what they need to do and how they need to work. It seems not really good from my use cases, mainly because it reduces the amount of context that the model can take, and it needs to reread all of these files every time you prompt them, basically. So that's never going to be good, or at least not in the long run. So yeah. And yes, there is a lot of SwiftUI repo, but also I would say it's not necessarily the most native stuff most of the time. But also, yes, you're right. If you have one per feature, that might be good. Yes. I did that. What? I don't know why my nose is so itchy today. I did that once. I had like a feature blueprint, basically, and then a feature expectation and a feature testing plan thing to make sure that we had everything. It didn't change shit. To be honest, the output was very much the same to me, and yeah, not positive or negative in any way. It was just like, okay, it works, but it's just like more MD files to read and write, which my current workflow is going through one of these and doing like a bit of a conversation on how can we achieve this thing. And then when I have like the proper understanding of that, I ask Claude or whatever to provide a good enough prompt that I can then reuse. And that usually works, but it takes some time. Like you need to really understand what you're trying to achieve. So yeah. It is tilted. Everything is at an angle. My camera is at an angle. The chat is at an angle. If I'm like here, everything is at an angle. If I decided to go there, at an angle, just to piss off the designers. That's the plan. Plan. Should everyone get tilted? Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that type of thing. Yeah, no, we are on 2,210 today. And I don't know. Marvin, have a good rest of your day. And we'll see you soon. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. From Twitter. Thanks a lot for the follow. Take care of yourself. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like working, I mean, to be honest, based on the fucking noise outside, I don't know if I can stream for long enough. I think my brain is gonna just blow out. That's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be fine. But yeah. I just noticed something. I noticed something that's bad. That is bad. Let me notice something else. So that's one thing that needs to happen, kinda. Um, but I just noticed the fact that my camera is underneath the chat compared to the previous scene, meaning that when we are switching, we probably have a bit of a glitch. Yeah, goddamn. Goddamn, well, that's fine. Couldn't figure it out. I am going to figure it out. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like working on cursor or working with cursor on stream is not such an interesting thing to see or do or have. So eh, eh. You mean for the profile picture? Mm. You're gonna hate this. I don't I don't mind map stuff. If my mind cannot map itself, then it's bad. So I never use Escalidro to just like build something out of nowhere and put it in front of me. It's just like I need to have the thing in my head, otherwise it's not worth trying. Trying to recreate a game that I used to play a while back and it was discontinued by the devs. That said, it happened so many times. Trying to use AI to recreate the whole thing. Well, good luck. I'd like to know how you would approach it, especially from a UI perspective. Not the logic. The logic works. It's a function and it function properly. So, thank you for that. Highly appreciated. Is that the game in question? Or is that what you have created? I see. Um, so, from a UI point of view, it's very simple. Right? If you tell me that from a functionality point of view it works, then nothing really specific. Is your issue the rotation? Like the screen switch rotation for how things work? Or is it like the functionality of how and where things are supposed to be? Because from what I can see here, the UI is really basic. Like there is not much, right here. But I don't understand how the game works. Obviously it's football related stuff, so I'm not really the biggest fan of that from the get-go. That's not gonna help. But yeah. Can you explain a bit more on what exactly you're trying to achieve that you can't achieve or you don't or haven't figured out just yet? You're saying the cards and how they appear. So yeah, and attack, yes, of course. Not in the stream. Goddamn. I don't know. I don't know. The card at the bottom are, I guess, fixed. And you have to flip the open card via the stats on the edges. So you have to drag them on pitch. So you're using words that I don't know. And these cards are these cards. I'm guessing the stats are these things, and you either drag them and place them relatively to the other ones. And based on the numbers, one of them is winning. So potentially, I don't know, 2 is smaller than 4, and therefore 4 is winning. So this one is going to win over this one. But if you place like another one on top of here, and it's like another red that goes right here, you have 2 plus whatever that is, which needs to or will overthrow the 4 in total. That might be the thing, but probably not. So I'm going to let you say things. Yeah, you can be either one, either red or blue based on who you chose, and that is right there, like whoever. I get that. Yes. So this one, the red one, in that case, the red one would flips because this one edge is greater, right? When you say it flips, does it mean it flips from red to blue? Or from blue to red? Or is it like it flips and then you win the card and it's out of the fields? It flips to your color. Okay, so if blue is placed after, then red is gonna be, yeah. All right. I'm guessing based on these views, like this one is more important with gold. There might be like a modifier or something to impact. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. So what's the... Yeah. Yeah, rarity will have rarity, yeah. Will will have an effect on points, and there will be some multipliers and so on. That makes sense. So, what's your question about? Is it about the visualization the of the flip, or is it something else? Yep. Yes. Yes. And so if you're blue and you're pasting this one here, this one flips to blue, or does it flip, in which case 6 goes here, and therefore it's greater than this one, which flips, which is, I mean, there is something that I don't really understand in terms of how it works. Because it's, I mean, I wish there was like a something. A video or a stack of like how did it work? What was the plan? Because goddamn. Yeah, that's it. Uh, nope. uh, I'm guessing this is so close, and that's the same. Such a I mean, it is a similar thing if it's not the exact same concept, but there is no fucking videos about it. Do we have? We do. We do have a little bit of something. Which goddamn, that video was slow, but I get it. You flip a coin, you decide who's winning, and then you have your cards. You decide to place someone somewhere, I'm guessing. And you can place something against it. Yeah. So that's 6 is greater than 5, but it doesn't flip, which is interesting. So this is a fucking 10-minute video. God damn. God damn. Yeah, why didn't it work on this one though? That makes no sense. You can't flip the first card. I see. All right. I don't know if I get it, but I'm guessing the game ends when you have most of your players' slots taken, and it's the amount of people that have the most player flipped that wins the game. But that's weird. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's weird. So, what specifics are you looking for? Like, how can I help? Because basically, from that video, you have most of the information that you need to have, and then from there you don't really have a choice. Like if you want to follow through, you simply gonna have to ensure that like it works similarly. Um, yeah, and you said earlier that you wanted to have the flip type of thing. The flip works. What does it work? I didn't know. What does it work? Because if the flip works, if the logic of numbers work, then you are kind of good. Like everything is probably going to be fine for the simplicity of what it is. Um, and if you want like an appearance thing, do you have a screenshot of what you currently have? And if you have, place that uh, on Discord. That could work. But that's such a bad play. It was such a bad play. Yeah. If you want to keep that diamond shape thingy, right, to display on the entirety of the app, and you want to keep that system because this is the current behavior and people recognize this UI for the game, then you can change something. But yeah, Mess Duck, hi, welcome on in on YouTube. Sorry for the delay. I on the other side. How are you? How's the day going? Thank you for chatting on YouTube. I appreciate it. No one is on this side. Everyone is on Twitch. So you know. um I feel like based on the design thing that we currently see, right? The simple system is this. You have like, I'm gonna make that way smaller. You have let's say 120 by 120, so you have like a 360, 390 flips. It's gonna be fine. So that's your grid as far as I'm concerned. Like that's all you have. And you have then you can start wherever you want, and then you have the options and the output. Let me just move that closer to where we are, and then go there. I recognize the icons. I recognize the things. Um, I mean that works. Yeah, I think it's good enough. What you currently have is pretty good enough. The only thing that you need to get is your numbers to be in diamond shapes as well. And then it's going to be a matter of ensuring that you have that 3D-ish effect. So if I'm just giving you something right there, let's make that 100 by 100 for the sake of playing with it. If I'm just moving it to that direction, the way that you have your system in, or at least from, my point of view, as always, is just you add a stroke. I'm gonna put it bright red for now, making it like center, and maybe, I don't know, um, 16 for now, in order to get the effect of how things are supposed to be looking, or the transition and so on. You would need like 2 borders, which you can't really do. So that's kind of sad. The only secondary option that you have is take a gradient, use that with an angular gradient, and then make sure that your angular gradient is properly placed with things like this. So you have like a 25 right here, and a 25.1 right there. Then you have another one right here. You can quickly, easily, with just an angular gradient, have something that looks similar. This is really shit based on how I placed it, but it's fine. It's an okay thing. To have like your effect, and then on top of that, because I know that I need like a secondary one, I'm just going to duplicate it. And instead of having like a background, I'm just going to have this without the color, adding a stroke on top of it. And I'm going to make sure that this is like inside at 8. And instead of having this in pure black, I'm going to make sure that this is like an overlay. And that gives you the depth for the inside. So that's something that you can really quickly do to give you like that 3D effect if you're interested in that. Personally, I don't like it, but that's a fine thing. Like, that's an option. You can make it the opposite way if you wanted to make it brighter. Like, that's the thing, but it's just like adding and subtracting and making sure that things are going to be true. You need to make sure that these angles are in the right place, which is not the case right there. But yeah, like, that's the overall, that's what it is. Like, you don't really have a choice on the creation if you want to achieve the same design. You can, I don't know, what are you using, by the way? That I should have asked that. What are you using as a tech? Is it like basic CSS with Tailwind, or is it something a bit different? I don't know, whatever anime.js you're using, could be using. That's one of them. And then again, going back to what I was saying earlier, you can 100% just have your numbers like right there. You know. It's going to be the exact same thing. Most of these things needs to be with a stroke. The stroke is probably going to be outside at like 8 for the placement, or maybe if you wanted to make it like 6 to be a bit smaller and more visible and so on. But that's basically what you need to do. So if you don't want to turn 2 things, that's something that I learned before. Let's say that's my shape. The only thing that I want to do here for that component, I'm going to create a component of it inside of Figma, but you don't care about it. So that my value here is my component. What I need to have is ensure that when it's used, it's turned. So it's going to be like right there. For me to have my number properly placed, right? If I get like 8, I said 8. That's wild. um, so if I place that in the center right here, and let's make it 18 for now, right? That's fine, but when I'm looking at it from here, it's not, that's not fine. So you know that, it needs to have something like that, a rotation at 45 degrees to make sure that it works. And then I'm just making it like centered and align center so that the number is always going to be in the right place. And then I just need to reuse that component multiple times and change the values and be done with it. Like that's the simplest version of things that you can do, because that's like very easy. And then same thing, same concept. Your stroke outside could be a linear gradient if you just wanted to have it like a bit like a metallic outpost. That's an option. So you get like your effects, but that's the thing. I would say if you go into the community tab and you look for 3D effects, or you will probably find like others effect that you can reuse or would take as a base inside of Figma. You can also use that. What's the name? Like basically you are trying to achieve shit like this, in there. That's an option. I guess the best is going to be using Morph. Morph is one of these plugins that allow you to create or add, not that, very interesting effect to the selection. So if you want something to be skeuomorphic or glitchy or whatever, you can just add that glitch to the element itself, and it's just gonna glitch itself properly and be fun with it. So that's a thing that you can do. It's really simple and it's really easy to like play with, but I wish they had like a better navigation than this. But yeah, like you can create the effect, the whatever, and be good with it. Morph is a pretty good plugin overall. It is broken sometimes, like specifically for text, but like for other elements you can. And then the last thing is, if you are currently using native Tailwind-based stuff, there are there are options. I forgot the name. Is it this one? Yeah, 21st Dev is a set of components that you can basically reuse. So if you find something like this and you like how it is, there is like a prompt for Claude directly to make sure that you achieve something that is very much this. You will never achieve the same thing, but that is an option. I don't necessarily like everything they are doing, because it's like sharing prompt means nothing. You just need to know how to write shit. But in there, you will have like a ton of things that are going to give you better output, better visual stuff. So that's, like that's a very easy thing to do. And you can 100% just create this thing. It's extremely simple, but you can have that on your card itself so that when a user is coming in and hovering a card, something happens and you have your prompts and your whatever, like it's the easiest thing to do. There is so many and so much stuff that you can No, don't worry about it. The thing is, there is another one, but I forgot. Uh, I forgot where it is, which is the sad part. Um, that's not it. These are the Japanese ones, which don't care. This one is React Native, but it's not necessarily for you, so that's not going to work. That is not going to work and do exactly what you want it to be. But same thing, you will have like some information and some inspiration in there that will help. But yeah, I feel like what you need to do for here is style your cards, your flippable cards, and style your numbers. Um, the best thing would be to get like some transitions in terms of or better transition. um, that's going to be really hard to do though. Could be fun. You could have something like, let's say that this is not rotated, right? Let's say that instead of doing that, you are 100% using this straight on, and that's what you do. And this thing is supposed to be fully rounded instead of whatever. This is an 8-ball now. So let's just bring it back to 0. I don't know why we have this. You shouldn't. Makes no sense. But let's say, right, something from underneath is flippable. Maybe you could have this thing extend, flip the card that is underneath, and then retract to go back to its position. Same thing here. You can just flip the thing. So just extend, flip the next card, bring it back. That's a bit of a jab in the UI that could work. That's something that is feasible, as long as you make sure that your container is a flexible element that will, do what it's supposed to do properly. That's the thing. It's basically creating as if I'm extending my arms and slapping the person on the other side. So if I'm using like here, I need someone that has a 9, so this one would go here. It would stand up, flip it out. Card would flip to the other color. That's an option. I don't know if it's good, but that's an option. But yeah, based on what we have here, one of the things that is differentiated is each of the squares have different colors. So you have like a differentiation in everything. So that might be necessary for you to do to make sure that you really see the different squares that are available. I mean, I can see the lines, but that's not necessarily good. And then if you don't want to be too similar, because that's fine, maybe you can use that as a card instead of a diamond. So instead of playing with this, you play with this, so that it stands out without standing out. It's a bit of a different UI, and people are like, oh yeah, it's that same game that I used to play, but it's a bit presented differently. So I recognize that it's a different UI, and it's not like a copy of the existing thing. That's something that some people will probably appreciate. Not all of them, but some of them would probably do. it changes, and it's just the exact same size as this, or you know, that's the thing. One of the other thing that comes to mind is making sure that your blobs here are taking the color off um, the player. So let's say I'm currently here with something that is like red because my current player is red, and we're gonna be here. I don't know, whatever. If you do something with um, Z index per card, and you have 9 Z indexes, that means that a 1 would be at Z index 1, a 2 would be at Z index 2, and so on, meaning that if you have here, for example, and I'm placing this right there, based on how you design the cards, they could overlap or not by default, so that you have less animation to do. Your Z index is taking care of which one is winning automatically, and if they are the right color, it looks like it's eating one side or the other. So that's a thing that you could do, right? If I'm getting this and that, and let's say these ones, that's not gonna work, but let's say this is blue, that's gonna piss me off. If only we could use the tabs. So if I had this, and I'm taking that there, you can see that I'm overlapping the value because my value is greater, for example. And maybe if I'm placing it here, that's not the case. That's something that you could potentially do in your interface, in the things. Probably better than what I've done here because that is shit, but it works. And it's a very simple concept that you can just basically on drop. Oh yeah, I can eat this one or this one, but I can't eat here or here. So that's a thing. It changes visually compared to what the users are already known for, and that could be interesting. I would say again that you recreating a game that already exists or existed and doesn't exist anymore, or you know isn't as popular, might not be a good idea if it's just a copy paste. So that's why I'm proposing like a design change to ensure that something is different, just a smidge, or changing like mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Or changing the behavior. As I said earlier, maybe you could have something that says you can eat 2 different cards at once. So if you know that you're like you have a 9 on this corner, and then there is another one here that is like a 6, and you have like a 9 and a 7. If you paste it, then both of these cards would flip, sort of one by one. So that way you can think about how the thing needs to work together and flip and so on. But yeah, then if it's for you, then that's fine. That's fine. If the game doesn't exist anymore and you want to just recreate it for the sake of recreating it, the best option is going to be what you're currently doing. I think overall you're pretty good. You may need like a texture for the field and a different design for the cards themselves, but that's not much. Overall, it works. Overall, it works. The question that Yan asked earlier is pretty good. What does the other person on the other side sees? You need to think about both sides to make sure that they work together. Otherwise, it's going to be broken. Um, so it's the same field, so that's fine, but it's different cards here. And is it like upside down for players? Is it something else? I don't know. Overall, it's fine. Overall, it's fine. It's just like I think your borders and your numbers needs to be a bit changed. Other than that, you're kind of good. That makes sense. But yeah, this is wild. I want to see. I want to see what they did. Because, goddamn. Mm-hmm. They have 3 posts about it. Mm. Yeah, I know. I know. I want to see like basically what their other stuff. It looks similar. It's also it looks dated to me. It looks like a bit before 2017, but fine. It's interesting to see nonetheless. All the time. I love to see exactly what happened and how things were looking in the beginning. Like, how did people improve over time? Like making sure that you see your progress or no progress at all. Like for example, I can tell that from their initial rendering, they are now most likely doing 3D rendering and not necessarily UI design. So they've improved a lot in here. They forgot like one hole right there, but that's just me. Don't worry about it. That's cool right there. Damn it. Can we click on it? We can't click on it. Anyways, out of it. Out of it. So yeah, no, that's I would say that's the main thing. The I don't think you may be able to find full 3D. In there. I mean, kind of getting a frame might be a good option. But yeah, you won't find anything on there that is like good enough. Like it's basically creating these things. I talked about that before and I showcased it like often. Creating that is one of the easiest thing you can do inside of Figma or whatever tool you're using. So if I have an hexagon like this, and I just say, you know what, let me just give you an angular gradient right here. That's basically it. So I know that, for example, I need to be at like 30-ish degrees. I forgot exactly how much it is, but it needs to be somewhere like this. And then that secondary option is going to need like things like this, and it's just a matter of making sure that you have it in the right position. So you have like one half that is going to be lighter than the other two. One of them is going to be darker, and the last one is in the middle. So this one, for example, let's say it's going to be right here. So I'm just making sure that we have this here, and then I'm changing that to not outside, to right about here. And let's move that properly. And so that one, I want to make sure that this is the darkest version, and then this one is a bit lighter, but not too light either. And then that one needs to be a bit darker, but not too much. And that's it. And I have, depending on how much you see it or how you see it, either I have something that is the point is behind or is in front of me, or the point is going to the bottom with that face being lit. And that's just like one single fill. So if you wanted to create like your effect as well, you could 100% create something like this with the profile picture in the center and be good. Like that's a very easy thing to do. Like that took 5 seconds. We have a very similar effect. It's not exactly the same because obviously, but and again, it's the same thing with just a rotation, and you get like a 3D effect for free. So for your card, it's basically the same thing. It's just making sure that you understand where the light is coming from and how you want the light to appear. And then you change things accordingly. So for example, here, this one is kind of wrong. It's not supposed to be like this. Like that shape here is supposed to be darker than the others, but that's not the case. That's basically it. So that you have your right transition and such. It's that easy. But yeah, change the cards. Make sure that the design of it is a bit closer to what they had in the beginning. But if it's just for you and your friends and you don't want to release it to the public, maybe you don't need to have the exact same design. Maybe you just need to have something that works, that looks good enough, and that reminds you and your friends of the game that you used to play. And what you currently have is good enough. Like, there is no need for a lot more than that. But I get it. If you want the nostalgia and the recreation and the exercise as well of going through the creation of that on your own, that's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. So yeah. Atakan, what can't I display? That thing that I can't access or showcase. It's a very white website. That's what I will say. And I'm guessing this is because it's a wireframe based thing. Um, System is pretty good. You say both were using question, blah, 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 blah. What is your, Atakan, what is your specific request on this one? Like, what are you looking for? Is it like a design related stuff or is it something else? Shit, wrong button. Also, it's a Figma site, which is impressive. Wouldn't believe it would have worked. Wouldn't believe it would have worked. Other than the fact that it is a bit broken when it comes to the sidebar getting open, layout is fine. It might be a bit complex for some people to understand the relationship in between the thing that you have clicked on the signal compared to what happens on the sidebar. But it's working. It's very minimal. It is similar to some of the websites that you have done in the past, so I recognize that. It's very white, so there might be a need for like a bit of separation of concern with a bit of a gray background or a half like off-white thing here and there. But if it works, you know. Yeah. Sadly, I can't access anything else. So yeah, other than that, I don't know. I don't think there is a lot of thing that I can give you specifically for that work. That would make sense to you as a positive addition thing. But yeah, you tell me. You tell me. What did I say earlier? I said this is broken, so let me do that. I feel like this is going to be the best thing to tackle right now. We have in band, we have a bit of an issue on the landing page where basically, not composer, in the landing page, when the user is logged in, the get started button in the hero section isn't sending the user to the correct place. I feel like is a good option. I feel like we should resolve the slug while navigating to /editor rather than before to avoid, I guess, system confusion at this point, because it's just when you look at the page when it's loading, it's flashing the buttons twice, and that's not good. So to avoid redirecting to the home page instead. We'll see. We'll see if that does anything. I have doubts. Um, I have doubts. A mistake. See, that's where things happen. So I made a mistake on this one. Basically, I said the get started button, which is not that, which is the go to editor button. Go to editor button. I'm gonna make sure. Yep. And the hero section isn't sending the user to the correct place. That makes a lot more sense. It is gonna be more accurate to what is supposed to happen. Get started is there and it was working. It's this one that isn't working. Again, when I'm loading, you can see how it's gray and then it resolve the user slug. That is not supposed to happen. Like, we need to have something that just go through. But yeah. Yeah, the landing page is trying to resolve the profile slug, which is not really good. I think we should just navigate to editor, and then use that. But also, that's bad. So, that is a good presentation of where things are not exactly how it's supposed to be. From my point of view right here, we have a new file that is a new /editor page that is supposed to send the user here and then redirect. But I thought we already had that kind of buffer thingy. So I feel like this is a bit of a waste of space. But yeah, it kind of works. It kind of works. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of works. These things seems to be working. There is no change in the schema, which makes sense. And that also means that when I'm here, both of the editor and the go to editor button don't have that blank space before. It's just like straight to the edit page, which then resolve the slug for the user because it's logged in. That should be good enough. We're gonna keep that. The other thing that I had in mind was when we are in the editor, we have sometimes some issues in the, as I said, the text card that might benefit from having like a bit more of an editorial point of view thingy. What? I don't know. Debating. Debating on this one. And there is so many cards that I want to add. I would love to have a Spotify playing, like now playing card or something that is going to cost so much. But at least have a playlist button or something for music or videos would be pretty interesting. I know you can have the video card as well. That could be a thing. And then the last one of the thing that I kind of want to have is how can I call them? It's not custom cards, but like special cards, basically, where you would have things that are dedicated as in the Spotify player, as in the Instagram preview, and so on, that might be things that are not automatically detectable and would need something with a different like setup to get access to the content. So that might be a thing that I do, but I don't know. We will see. As far as right now, I think I'm gonna just send that just to check. That's just a redirect, so it shouldn't have any errors. Thank you. And we'll see. As always, use ban. Use ban. It's neat. It works. It's free for now. It might be not free later. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Also, this is not a waste of resources for me. So yeah, that makes a lot more sense. The other thing that I want to do is change the landing page. Going back to what I said before of me not really living in Figma anymore, which makes a lot of sense for me, but it doesn't make a lot of sense for a lot of people. I fear that the landing page itself is lacking personality and content. So it might be interesting to get something that is out of the business. Right now, everything is business. So you start here, you have what the fuck are we doing, but we don't have anything specific. So it might be interesting to get like previews of the cards or illustration of the cards somewhere around here. The only thing that I'm scared of is I don't want to be duplicating this because this is good, but it's also what Bento is. So I would love if we could avoid duplicating what already exists. Like I love this. This is really good. It makes a lot of sense. But you know, if that could not be the case, that would be great. To not duplicate things. So yeah, also this is really cool. I don't know if it works for me specifically because we don't have these many users, but yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. The landing page needs to be kind of reworked, and I'm guessing as well some of the other things. Like these. I like that. So that's the thing. I like this view specifically where you can have like an understanding of what the grid could be. It's not changing based on the width of the device, which is kind of sad, but you know, like their breakpoint is really low, which is fine. But it's not necessarily what we want to have. It's really fun to see that the Spotify version on mobile doesn't have any animation compared to this one. For any reason. But yeah, that's a thing. This is one of them that one of them. It's one of the card that I wanted to do and I couldn't. And same thing here. I can't extract previews well enough. So that is sad. That's sad. So yeah, I was thinking about that. The other platforms like Linktree don't really have much to offer when it comes to the landing pages. They are the basics. they contains, I mean, people know them, and that's one of the reasons why they are successful-ish. They just say, well, here is the thing, we do this, and that's about it. So, you know, not the greatest, but yeah. This is one of the, sorry, I shouldn't have closed this one. This is one of the things that I wanted to kind of work in. This was the initial, um, like, hero section, I guess. So I'm not happy with the copy, with the text, as always. I've never been happy with text in general, so that's really hard for me to write good copy. I don't want to duplicate what they have. I like their concept of all your content integrated into your personal page. That makes a lot of sense. And that could have been around here, but it doesn't work right there. So I don't know. I don't know. The copy needs to change, that's for sure. And then I feel like I need a section that is not business related right away. Like you would probably want to know what the thing is and what it does for you before you know how much it costs, could cost. Like that. Yeah. That is not a selling point anymore. The fact that you have like a slash something is not a selling point anymore. Most apps are doing the same thing, so it wouldn't matter, to be honest, to just say, well, this is going to be free, so not gonna do that. Yeah, it's missing something. It's missing something, and if I put the interactive builder first, let's see. In the landing, let's move the I guess. I don't think that's gonna change much. Also, it's gonna add that gray different background, which I don't know if it's a good idea. But it could. Yeah. It could. You have a bit of a better understanding. You can edit the text, you can move things around. That should be fine. Yeah. There. I don't know. I don't know. But it works. Again, I really need someone or something that knows copywriting more than me, because these are not, like, these sounds fake, like fake statements, as in beautiful, fast, and perfectly balanced is just like, you know, not so good. Specifically because we already have it here, so that's really bad. I guess. Guess that's better. That is better.
Hostiles approaching. Shields activated.
Yeah, it works. It's fine. Max, welcome back. How have you been? Last time you've been here, it was 2023. How is everything? Um, yeah, landing bad, bad landing. I don't like that. I don't like that. Hmm. What happened to you? Yeah, last time you were here, technically speaking, you came back in March last year, and then the day before that, or the year before that, like, it was like January. So, yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Um, at least you didn't change your name, so that way I remember. That's the good thing. Me be good. I moved back from Japan to here last, well, not last year, but like in 2024, so you know that. Um, and then I've started building stuff badly, but still building stuff. So now I have the Japanese learning app, a perfume related app, Ban, which is my new link in bio thing. I'm working on a new app for ensuring that people are not dead. And uh, yeah, still employed by myself, but unemployed, the usual. So that's the thing. Um, what did you do in the whole time, in the whole 2025? What did you do? What happened? So much happened. Um, yeah, and right now there is like construction work outside, and hopefully my fucking mic is good. But yeah, uh, yeah, some projects are coming in. I have some project running. There is a new one that might happen at the end of the month. I don't know. It depends. Um, it depends. I'm unsure. I'm unsure about the work in question. The work is good. I mean, the work is good. That I had like a discovery meeting yesterday. That meeting was pretty good. The product is interesting, but they are looking for someone that is mostly uh, pushing pixels well. And I'm more of someone that is going to question everything and then push pixel. And so I'm not sure that I would be the best candidate for that use case. So we'll see. I have doubts, but we'll see. But they also want someone that is fast, so that's me. Like, I don't know anyone else that is as fast as me, and that they want something also. Let me rephrase that. That was as fast as me. I don't know how fast I am now. I have lost my ways. Um, so yeah. 4,000? What the fuck did I pay for? Sorry. My Japanese bank is telling me that I'm paying for something right now. Um, why am I paying stuff? What happened? Oh yeah, no, it's it's the account value. Um, I don't know. Um, I appreciate it, but as someone that is um hasn't spent more than 4 hours in Figma and in any design tools in the past year and a half, not as good as before, that is for sure. But also the most important thing is these 4 hours in question are cumulative on the whole year. So, so yeah, I haven't really worked on anything uh, directly inside of Figma. I'm mostly working inside of Xcode and Cursor and things, and like opening Figma sometimes and just doing shit like, oh well, we have this, we need something like this, let's figure it out. Or we currently have something like that. I need like a format thing for all of my profile pictures and so on, and that's about it. Or I want to have like a good system for my system and making sure that I have the right sizing and so on. But that's about it. Like I'm not really in there working because it makes no sense. It's a waste of time for me now, which is kind of sad. Um, but yeah, I'm just going to, get in, try to figure something out, come out with something, extract that, be done. Um, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know. Like for example, this whole thing is me just copy pasting part of the image itself to reorganize stuff for Denny specifically, and that wasn't. It was fine, but it wasn't like the best stuff. So I don't know. I don't know. Still good, but not that good. Not that good. Oh my god. Uh, this is bad. This is really interesting for me to see how bad it was when I started the design of this thing in terms of what I could achieve compared to what I had planned. Like that. Goddamn. What we have now is so much better. So much better. Look at that. Isn't that cute as fuck? Ah, uh, change job for the first time. Congrats. You started with a better salary. The last 2 years have been mostly boring work that happens. Um, I mean, that happens. That's good. It's nice to know where you stand and where things are for you. But also sometimes boring work is the answer because you can be or have something that is more fulfilling on the side, and you do the boring work on the day to day, and then in the evening you do the other things that you like to do more than that. So yeah, that's the new that's the new app, by the way. If you're interested in perfume, I don't think that button is gonna work. Yep, that's what I thought. Stony, hi, what morning? So that's a nice thing. I spend so much time on these bitches just to have that. And this one. I should end this one. Do we have more of that? Yeah, I guess. I guess it's a fine thing. Hmm. Hmm. Ah, that's one of the issues that I can't fix, and I don't know how it works. The tint is supposed to take the background color, and for some reason, it it doesn't refresh, or it does refresh, but on the other, not on the other side. It works in one way, but not in the other. That's just bad. One day I'll figure it out. Um, yeah, me too. Or are you gonna die right there? Is this what's gonna happen? Yeah, it needed needed a bit of a connection. Um, it needed an opening. What do you mean? What do you mean connection interrupted? What happened? In there or in here? And now it's fixed. Oh, you mean that? No, this is something that I've done many times. It's like it makes sense to have like a bit of an angle to things for organic reason, but you know, I still don't like them too much. There's something about it that is nice, but it's also like kind of more complex to have. I had a bit of an issue, as I said in the beginning of the stream, I had a bit of an issue with this specific app because the way that it's built, it has or the way that CloudKit is built, it has its container for dev and its container for production. That makes a lot of sense. But they don't share the information, which makes sense, but my app does. My phone basically shared the dev server and the production server because I'm using the the test app and the test flight app, which is production, on the same device, and therefore I end up with duplicates of things, and apparently duplicates that this time happen is the acquisition, because apparently the acquisition is a different thing, and therefore uh, I just duplicated it. So that's really bad. Really bad, still bad. Don't worry about it. I have no skills. Not a single skill. I cannot I cannot do anything. Basically the only dev skill that I have is I can read. Also, I am so far away. I can read um some of SwiftUI files without really needing too much help. Smidge, but not much. So anything that is related to like visual things are going to be fine. If I go in here, which is my example file for streams, it is it is fine. It's easy. The syntax makes sense, and I can just build, add things, and be okay with it. But it's just like, it's front end for apps, or nope, it is front end for Swift UI, which means that this is really bad. That shouldn't be the case. But yeah, no, creating shit like this is pretty simple for me now. And it just like, it just works. It's easy. Some of them I don't really have the code by heart. Like, I don't know exactly how it works. But if I just go into the tools that we have access to, and right now I'm using this one. I'm using it in the article, and let's say we wanted to have not a bounce, but draw on continuously. Shit like this, for example, is pretty simple. And then you get there. This one is going to 10-second delay. Instead of being there. So yeah, like that's the type of thing that is easy-ish to achieve. But overall, dev skills really bad. And currently, because I'm working on something that is Tailwind based, I hate it. I hate the front end stuff. I hate everything that is like web based. For real. Wasn't planning on hating it, but I do hate it more than expected. So that's the thing. You know. That's the thing. Yeah. There's so much going on, to be honest, on the front end that I need to take care of, that I don't need to think about in apps. I kind of need to think about it in Android apps, but I don't need to care about that in iOS. Like in Swift UI, there is no need for specific security stuff or expecting the user to be wanting to be doing things that they're not supposed to do. So it's just, it's way easier to just say, well, apps it is, and native apps it is, and then you're good. Like right now, the thing that I'm doing on the perfume app is stressing me out because I'm implementing something that is TypeScript based inside of a Swift UI based environment, and that is scary. It works, kinda, but goddamn, it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, that's a thing, I guess. I guess that's the thing. Yeah.
feel so free.
Hmm. If my page loaded like this, you wouldn't necessarily know that there is more stuff underneath. I might need like an offset or something. Hmm. We'll see. We'll see what needs to happen. That's bad. How is it? How are you, Stony, by the way? I didn't ask. I mean, I asked in my head, but I didn't ask out loud. How's everything? How's the release? Have you had some new users? That's wild. That's wild. It's not supposed to happen. Not like that. Not like that. You are dead. Me too. I'm looking at the time and I'm like, maybe today is going to be a 3-hour stream based on the noise outside. You can't hear it, which I'm really happy that you can't hear it, but goddamn, it's pissing me off. Yeah, I don't know what else I can do here other than adding the cards that I'm missing. But based on the thing that happened last time, I can't really add more cards. So, you know, you keep that. Yeah, that's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. That is not supposed to be that. God damn it. Yeah. That data is not right. At least it works. That's cool. That is cool. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I am so tired. I ate way too much. Way too much. And my brain is all over the place on this one. So it's complicated. I don't feel like I have any energy left, and then medicine doesn't help. You know, the usual thing. So it's kind of bad. Yeah, the release got approved. We know that. We know that. Um, I know, but that's your the schedule. That is that's the schedule. That happens. For your information, even though this is for March, there will be a time in March where one of the Fridays is gonna pop, and we will not have a stream on Fridays, and we may have a stream on the Thursday instead. I don't know. I fear doing a Wednesday then Thursday stream, like a weird thing. What might happen? But this is for March, so you know, just a heads up, just giving you time to figure out your schedule and your sleeping schedule to make sure that we have everything in place. Oh, God damn it. Wow. I can. Yeah, that would be a thing. I could raid you on a Thursday for sure. For sure. Um, on the other thing, it's not a thing. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. Oh, God damn. Yeah, no, I'm dead. That's the thing. I am so dead for no reason other than I ate too much. The medicine is kicking my ass, and I am in need of more rest, which is what I said last Friday. I don't know if streaming is good for me based on the fact that it's killing me. Um, Going back into the reason why I have my heart condition is probably one of these reasons as well. Um, so that's really bad. And yeah, I might end up doing something similar to Clark to get like one stream a week, even though it's kind of not really good. Um, it might happen just because the sustainability and capacities of me are limited, and therefore I might need more rest than expected. Um, so yeah, I hate it. I would rather not, but health be important for some people. I don't care, but yeah, that's a thing that might happen as well. It really depends. Again, as I said, I'm gonna attempt to do these new schedule at like 1:30 p.m. to whenever, roughly 4:35 ish, uh, for at least 3 months in order to have enough data to compare with the previous versions of things. Because people need to be used to the schedule. That's a thing. But if the schedule doesn't bring what it was supposed to bring, we will probably have to stop uh, many things. So yeah. And then there is also, as always, a lot of other thing. If I'm getting that client that we talked about and yesterday, that I had a meeting with yesterday, and then we talked about a bit, that if I'm getting that as well, I'm not gonna have enough time to do other things, and I'm probably not gonna be able to stream the content in question. So that's the thing as well, to take into consideration to make sure that I'm not just doing that. So yeah, kind of bad, but I get it. I get it for my whole own health and things. It might be better to just take a step back. December was really good. Again, the amount of time I had in December to just do the thing that I wanted to do at the speed I wanted to do them, and be good about it, or be done or happy with the results. That was really good. Going back to the discussion we had at the beginning of the stream today, doing something like a co-working stream is such a not option for me, and I understand, but yeah, it's mm, we'll see. We'll see. It's complicated. It is complicated. It makes sense, kinda. Um, but I don't know. As I said, the only thing that would make me remain here for a longer time is more people interaction and more reviews in total, and that's not happening apparently. So this is where we are. Unless you have friends that you can bring friends that are looking for design reviews and stuff. Uh, harder to get, harder to get. But yeah, at this point it's a numbers game that just doesn't numbers. So it's kind of bad. Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. But then the schedule is the issue as well. Like me being dead all the time. Good job, me. And not being able to like sustain the length of the stream that I want to sustain overall is also like really bad. Um, yeah, because you don't have the need for the income that is linked to the numbers. I kind of do, kind of, not really, but kind of. Um, so there's that. There is that. I was about to say I've seen something, but yeah, no, it's not a thing. Um, and yeah, again, going back to what I was saying, working on cursor on a stream doesn't look like fun. Um, no, basically what you don't have in your uh, in your calculation is that for some of the potential sponsorship that I could do, I need a specific amount of average viewers threshold to be considered for them to be sponsoring the stream. So, for example, if I was getting these as a sponsors, they want me to be at 15, I think. 15 average for at least a certain amount of time. And I'm not there yet. If I were to get like a Framer sponsorship, which would be a great fit for me because designer stream, designer content, I could do Framer content on a weekly basis. They are basically expecting something like a 20 to 30 average viewer for the past 3 months. So that's a lot more. That's a lot more people than we have on a regular basis, and it is kind of complicated to achieve if I don't have the initial kind of push thingy, which is sad. But yeah, that's the reason. It's not necessarily what Twitch is giving me. It's mostly what could exist outside of Twitch because Twitch doesn't give me shit at all. So yeah, it's a sponsored related stuff, and they are requiring numbers that I don't have and can't have right now. But also, the other thing that is annoying with sponsors is that I would love to have sponsors that I can ensure would do good or be great in terms of conversion rate. So I need something that is basically like targeting devs and designers, worth it, and doesn't take away from what the people are doing. So for designers, Framer is a very good tool, and I don't know exactly what I can do. Like most designers that are in here have used Framer in the past, and devs have no interest in Framer. And then a sponsorship with Claude or Cursor would be interesting for both. Like that's the type of thing that I could see happen. Like a Claude sponsorship would be a very good thing because they have the money. They have the money, but also Cursor has the money as well, and transitioning like pushing designers into code through Cursor is something that I can do, and pushing dev that are not using Cursor yet or Claude or whatever for their builds, I can also kind of do by showcasing what I have achieved. So that's a good one, but I don't have enough numbers. It's a pain. It is a pain in the ass. And I can't again, I because I'm not doing videos on YouTube, like static videos with evergreen content, it's also harder for me to reach like a bigger audience because the static content makes no sense to me. I did hasn't clicked yet. Still, it's been 4 years, 5 years. Still haven't clicked. Still not there yet. One day it will. But that's yeah. The only content that works right now is the TikTok content because it's easier and it can be spammed. Um, I can repeat myself more easily. Like on the YouTube video, if you do a YouTube video about design composition, right, layout and stuff, and then you do another YouTube video about design composition, layout and stuff, that someone that goes to your channel will see both of them kind of close by. On TikTok, you do one and then you do another one 5 minutes later. No one cares. No one see both of them, or if they see both of them, they're like, okay, so that guy is talking about layout and stuff. Cool. And that's about it. So that's one of the other platforms that kind of works, but yeah, we'll see. It's taking longer. It is taking longer than expected, and I'm not pushing as much as I should. That's my fault, I know. But yeah, that is the thing. So yeah, it's numbers games all the time. Really sad about it. Um, yeah, if it's fun for me, yeah. But that's the thing. It's not. I don't know who that is, so probably not. Toolbox. What's that? That's a toolbox with a four. I see. I don't think we had a four in a box. I see. It happens. It happens. I get it. I get it. We might, depending on what time we end today's stream. I don't know. We'll see. We might go there, keeping them on the side. But yeah, no, I don't know. Like going back to coding on stream, which is fine. I know you like it. I know you enjoy when I'm here. It's just not clicking while I'm live. I don't know why. It's I don't have any fucking IDs when I'm here. If I'm currently streaming, I don't know exactly what I want to add in the apps. And when I have the idea of, oh, I need to build this for perfume, or I need to build this for can, or I need to build this for ban, or whatever, it's like 6 in the morning, roughly. And I do that in like 15 minutes to an hour, and then I'm done. So coding on stream is like very much limited for that reason. The ID box in my head just doesn't want to ideate at all. It's like, well, yeah, but you don't. Everything is fine right there. The content is good. The content is behaving properly, and yeah, that's not necessarily what we need. So I said I wanted to change that as well. That's true. Can I search for that? As low as 0.5 a month. 0.5 a month is the um, real thing. I don't know. I don't know. OBS widget doesn't really. I don't have the IDs. If you have the IDs, yes, please. That's the thing. I don't have the IDs there to grow the widget categories. This browser's being outdated causing a bug that took me more than an hour to solve. That happens. I think I don't care about that. I know that if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And because it's like my tool for me, it's fine. But yeah, I guess the only thing that I have in my head right now that could work and could be done. That pissed me off so bad. That's the that's interesting. I don't know exactly why that happens, but I see why that would happen. The thing that I want to do right now, like just the terminal chat. And I don't know if that's a thing.
Music you will play. There's no one living but me that knows their composition.
I don't know if the OBS browser gets the system theme detection. That's my current question, because I would love to have this chat, for example, to be a dark mode, light mode switch. But yeah. Mm-hmm. So you can steal the mug from someone else? Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess it works. I don't know. I also feel like going back to the channel point redemption, this channel doesn't have a lot of channel point redemption that are used. And I don't think it's because it's lacking some of them. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just dumbass and I don't know, which is an absolute probability. We never know. But yeah, it's I don't know, channel point redemption, by the fact that they haven't been really used on a regular basis since I started streaming, I haven't really re-emphasized them so much. Like the only one that kind of worked was the theme, but it's just like Kana came in and changed the theme to pink. That's about it. The rest, yeah. I don't think that's good stuff. See, that is what I was expecting. I was expecting you to do this, for sure. For sure. No question. Very much question, but no question, you know. That is not working. That is not working. Sorry. That I mean, the same thing, right now, if you are requesting the speaking French, it is not the best time because I don't have a lot of things to say. So, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's an interesting background. Hmm? Uh, you know what? I forgot about that. I forgot. I forgot. Let me add it back. Let me do that. Um, yeah, I forgot exactly how and where they are or where this is set up in the code. So yeah, go make food. So hmm. There was hyphens. It's the underscore is that's not that's not how the underscore is looking. That makes no sense. Cool. Let me see. Let me see. All right, cool. You should be good. And then this one, I don't know. I mean, it works. I'm just scared of the switch, and I don't know if it works within. We're gonna see though. I'm gonna test it out nonetheless. But if we are here, and let me test a sequence so that I have the thing. What happened if that happens? That switches, which is impressive. So that's cool, I guess. Let me keep that and publish that. The thing that pisses me off here is that I would love to have something that reacts properly to the true theme of the stream or of the device rather than having it like theme based. So basically the camera border is currently white because I don't really have a choice. Technically it doesn't really need to change. If it's a Polaroid, we don't really have black borders for Polaroids. Well, why not? Why not? But yeah, like that's a thing that could be interesting to have. Let's see. Let's see. Where is my thermal? Let's refresh it. let's see. We have these buttons. These buttons looks very, very similar to the regular thing. We have the theme that is defined. Is that visible on stream? It's not visible on stream. That's impressive. And that is not a toggle that we can touch for reasons. That is so sad. Alright, cool. Well, maybe we have a dark mode chat now. I don't know. We'll see. You just need a chat to see if it works. That's one of the things that I wanted to do. I don't know if there is any other of these things that I wanted to see, and then I guess we want something like an additional confetti on event. Kane, hi, welcome in. Does it work? That is the question. Is it working? It is working. How are you? How's the day going? We now have a dark theme chain. Can you believe that? Huh. We'll see if that works. I don't know. The issue that I have with that is that most of the time it's using some of the native, non-native packages for confettis, and it's just not good. So, yeah, we'll see. That happens. Are you AI working with for the PRD, the requirement document? Like you should. Best one for this, if you are interested. Kimi is good. Kimi is pretty good for text-based content. They used to be really good for file parsing. So if you give them like an existing file that you have done, it has the ability to just understand it, extract data, understand the context and the structure and the tone and so on, and then and play with it. So Kimi is pretty cool. Also, their logo is cute. It's a cute K. It's a cute K. We like what they do. But yeah. Fairy readme, did you add it to... I'm so scared of this fucking SVG right here. I have a feeling that this is going to be really bad. Stop writing MD file. MD file makes no sense. And we have the index that has been changed. Notebook is really good. Notebook is going to be really good. It has I haven't been in there for a while, so I can't really say for sure, but it had like a bit of a tone that wasn't really true. So you needed to just work on that many times. What the fuck is that, bitches? Like, makes no sense. Where are my stuff? Where is my stuff? What the fuck? Oh. Damn. Yeah, what the fuck? Brain, yes. Notebook is really good when you have a lot of data that you need to pass through. The thing that I would say is that their best feature is the podcast thing, where you want to, or when you want to have someone else explain something without really thinking about it much. So you just like, you make sure that, you know, you give them the information and then they create a podcast with the voice that's impressive, but it's kind of, it sounds cheap, but it works. So, what the fuck is that? Sorry, I need a. So, to me, that was the best feature. Writing sections, I don't know. They probably have updated to better match um the content. You know. Mm. Congrats on 10 minutes tops. Um, I haven't tried the presentation thing, so yeah. Um, better. Okay, the sub doesn't do anything. The GIF sub is interesting. The cheer is interesting. The big cheer is nice. I think the big cheer is what we should have for the 100 time stream. And then, yeah, I don't like the. I'm gonna keep that. I don't like the angle. Um, make this rain confetti. You know? Uh, why? Why would I commit that? Makes no sense. Well, if I just click on that button, I'm turning back. So that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of, you know, that looks like shit. Uh, simple gravity-based confetti falling animation, I guess. Ah. One of the things that I hate about Cursor, and they kind of fix it, break it, fix it, break it, and so on, is um, their revert section. Like when they do some changes and I do undo, for example, it undoes. It undo everything until I kept the code. instead of just undoing the last edit, which makes no sense to me. Like that, I mean, it has never made any sense. Yeah, 3 confettis. uh, so now switching to Gemini 3 for the visual stuff because I know how shitty um, things are. Yeah, but I could have just reverted and I would have been fine. There is no, like, no issues there. Like, I mean, technically I have reverted. So right now I mean, no, I haven't reverted. So right now I'm still in there. But yeah. Let's see. See? Gemini be good. Gemini is good. You can combine them, which is good. There is a bit of a delay for the start. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. That looks like confettis. Real confettis. See? Much better. The only one we don't see is the sub one. Like regular sub doesn't go through. It might be a white on white situation. So that's the thing. Also, that gradient thing is supposed to stay, but it doesn't stay, and I don't know why it doesn't stay. So we'll see. Good. Good. I like the idea of having like specific colors for specific events, but I also feel like it might be a bit better to get something like a bit more, I don't know, a bit more, right? A bit more. So now, specific color, specific event makes sense, but confettis, you know, usually multicolored. So we might want to, we might want to have multicolor base with an emphasis on one color based on the event. Question mark. You know, that might work. That might be good. That might be something that just helps. I don't know. Again, I can't speak and type at the same time for some reason. It just doesn't work. And that's the thing. Going back to what you said earlier, I mean, not you, but like someone said that earlier, the AI working well while things happen is the time when I can speak. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Also, silver and white is probably never going to be visible on here. Yeah. Let me just refresh the page just in case. You know, there's still just one color. I guess I should have said one color scheme. Purple-ish. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know what I think about the dark mode chat. This one. I feel like it's fine, but it blends in with the background a bit too much. And I don't know. I don't know. It's fine, but that's about it. It's just fine. It's exactly the same bitch. Like, what the fuck are you saying? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I guess it's just Gemini being a bitch, as always. Because what the fuck happened? I don't think it's the confetti JS that is broken. I think it's the preview that is broken, but yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Oh, goddamn. Did that change, though? It's still there. That's good. I'm guessing this gradient is just not available here, which makes no sense, but that might be the case. That might be the case. Oh, goddamn. What? Yep. Again, dying on stream is a probable option. Probable option. I don't know about that. Why the fuck did you change the Polaroid alerts? No. No. Ah. That's a lot of confetti, isn't it? Ah. So the test raid has multicolor, which is kind of sad because it's the only one that we don't care about. The big shear has some multicolors as well, but it's like really bad. The shear is mostly yellow. And then the gift sub is also multicolor. And the test sub is mostly purple. Which is kind of sad. I mean, technically the colors I want is this. I want these colors. Like that's my confetti colors thing as a concept. That makes sense. Bento colors. So now, you know, we're gonna go back here, go back there, and change that. So that Sonnet is taking over because Sonnet has been building the beginning, so it has some sort of background content understanding. And then if it edits the right file, it edits the right file. If it doesn't, doesn't. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that works. Yeah. I don't really know why that happens. Hmm.
I'm disconnecting from the world. I'm breaking free. And I let my wings unfurl.
I don't know. I don't know if I could have stuffs or specific stuff triggering see? That's where Sonnet is pretty good. Figuring out the right stuff here makes sense. I guess it's the event type that is taking over and overriding the choice. So that makes more sense. From what I can tell right now is just adding some red in the existing color. Which means that the last one is not gonna be, yeah. Interesting. That is better. But we're still just adding red to the Evan color. Nothing else. Guess. I guess. Yeah, so I can't do that. Is this going to work? That's the question. It doesn't. Impressive. we do that here. Hmm. Hmm. I don't like the fact that you don't have the separation with the breast. That's the thing. When I'm on dark mode, so that's not gonna. The dark mode is just you don't really see the separation with the background, whereas here, even though not ideal and kind of bright, and it's more like a thermal printer, it looks better, kinda. But it doesn't work with the system. God damn. At least I can change it from the overlay itself, which is pretty cool. But like, god damn. Yeah, it's still the same. It's still the same. uh, on the event, I guess. I guess. Yeah, exactly. You bitch. That makes sense. Yeah. Uh, I doubt. I still doubt, but we never know. Oh, so much better. So much better. Yeah. That's good. That's good. We now have confettis. What else do I need? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have. Um, I don't think that would crash it though, based on the fact that it doesn't. I mean, it has some sort of a delay to start. Like they are not stacked. I mean, cool. I mean, to be honest, for the amount of fucking confetti we have, it's starting to slow down, but it's just starting to slow down. No. No, I like it. I like it. All right. Yes. We have a Polaroid themed thing, so of course, yeah. Uh, what else could be good as a stream overlay thing? Like, also Oh, it's not visible, to be honest. What is cat saying? Is cat saying something? Yeah. Um, a hype to engage, like a ah, like uh, that's new. That's bad. uh, where is it? They had it like these things. uh, I guess it's a Twitch alert. It's not the vibe doc, but that's an interesting thing. You know what I'm talking about. I know you. I know you do. But it's basically a big ass progress bar for the hype. But I don't know. I guess the hype meter thing, right? That's their name. Um, I think it was VBI that did that, and not. Um, I do have that already. I mean, kinda. We have the count, but um, we don't really have uh, the regular alerts. Like we only have these ones, as far as I know, or as far as I remember, where you have these, which I sorry. Um, look at that shadow. Oh my god, such a perfect shadow. Also, it sends it in chat, and I don't know why. That makes no sense. You know why? I think I know why. I think it's because this overlay is linked to something else, and this overlay specifically is sending messages in chat, which is not the case for the others. So, yeah. This one is the one that is tracking when people are coming in because it's not on right now. Yeah, that's bad. Could rework on this. Could rework this to be a bit better, I guess. Goddamn. Welcome back. What did you miss when I looked at your stuff? I'm guessing yes. That's okay. I'm guessing yes. Um, Overall, my take was it looks pretty good. It seems very simplistic, and it might be a hard understanding from a user point of view, but um, it's fine. I don't know exactly what you're looking for this user interface. The thing that I mentioned without showing it is the sidebar chat. When it's open, the elements that are in the center are not um, retracting themselves properly, so there's no space in between the ends and the chat, and I would like to change that. But then again, I saw that this is a Figma site, so I don't know how good or bad you can make it. Um, but yeah, that's basically it. Overall, the design is good. The animation for the text is pretty nice. It's a bit slow. It is a bit slow. Why did I do that? um, so yeah, other than that, things looked small, like a tad small. Some of the lines might have looked a bit tiny, but yeah. Um, yeah, if it's just a prototype to showcase, well, we are thinking about having this behavior in the center and this behavior on the chat, then you're good. That's good enough. There is no need for more design than this. You did a good job. I'm sorry about that. Goddamn. Yeah, again, I haven't touched Figma AI stuff in like a long time. I should have drained them when I had the chance, and I didn't. um, so there's that. But yeah, no, overall it's good. I would. Uh, I get it. As a prototype, it's good enough. As a prototype, it's good enough. Nothing to add. I don't know what these ones are. Yeah, alerts.html. Dang. Yes, you can with the H before the A, but yeah. um, no, H specs is the only one that I know of. However, I have heard that weirdly enough, Nano Banana has been pretty good at creating these types of things. But then because you want precise metrics, I don't think it's gonna be a good idea. So yeah, debatable. But no, other than 8 specs, I don't I don't have any idea. Yeah, basically you're getting you're getting the default stuff. So yeah. The good thing though, if you decide to edit stuff right now, I'm supposed to see it change live. Yeah, I think I paid for specs. Just delete stuff. Start with that. That's nice. This is really bad for my inference and usage base. But yeah, the fact that I can just, see things is neat. The good thing is I can troll you and I can bring back the Rickroll in the database by hand. Can bring it back just for you every day. First card, 16 card. God damn it. One day Twitch is gonna be fine. Yes, I've seen design docs. It's similar, but it's also like not necessarily good. But test it out. Like if it's free, or if you can use it for free for time, then yeah. I mean, it looks pretty good. Not gonna lie, it looks pretty. Eh. There's 100 and the comments are considered ads. It's not. God damn it. These are not comments, bitch. These are. Yeah, not that. That's not comments. God damn, Figma is. Yeah, it's free for 50 usage, and then you need to pay. How much do you need to pay? Because if it's the same price as 8 specs, 8 shapes, specs, then buy the big one, be done with it. If it's just $9, buy the thing. If it's fine for you, like it's good. The profile picture, and maybe a bit of a better design. That's gonna be bad. So that better design is gonna be here. Also, let's make sure that the test buttons aren't sending messages in chat. Yeah, I mean, if technically I think now, with my understanding, now would be the time for me to re-attempt for the 16th time the addition of my wished plugins for Figma libraries. It would be a great time for me to do that because I have a bit of a better understanding of the codes and I can navigate cursor a bit better. And then Figma allows for a bit more flexibility of stuff, but also, and most importantly, Figma plugins documentation have been live for longer, meaning that the AI have been trained on it a bit more. So there is a bit more documentation, a bit more training, a bit more outputs that is probably better. And yeah, that's the thing. It does, but it doesn't right away. It's a bit of a delayed thing, as in I'm trying to not overcost stuff. Because right now things are free, but not for long. So, yeah. There is also like a bit of a weird thing which I don't understand, which is the metadata is saved in Convex and Cloudflare. So it sometimes one of them is taking over the other. And I don't know how to do that or to fix that. So yeah, bye bye. Bye bye. I mean, if you upload an image, it's instant. Okay. Is that the one in question? Um, yeah. The only thing that I don't know is that the metadata fetch doesn't really fetch anything. That's a big ass face right there. You could make that way bigger. This man is just gonna make me pay so much. Each of these things is one read-write system right now. That that's bad. Costly. That's costly. And specifically because I'm looking at it and you're looking at it at the same time. So that costs twice. This is cool. I mean, that big thing is pretty nice. I fear you will end up with the same system as me. I mean, not really, but kinda. Where
Anselm23 is now following.
everything is a fucking score. I don't, and that's fine. But yeah, Hans, Anselmi, I guess. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Good shit. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? Also, why this not? That's bad. Sorry, that's not. That's bad. Real bad. Bitch. Yeah, you're supposed to see this. Not. Yes. Good. God damn. So this one has been broken, which is good to know. It was broken on the documentation, which is nice because we don't give a shit about the docs. As always. Cool. Let's test it out. So, smart alerts are supposed to be, maybe that's gonna. Bitch, where the fuck you at? Oh no. Mm. That's gonna help for sure. Yeah, I need to change that corner radius thing, and I'm probably gonna need to have some sort of a background blur, transparency. Yeah, but I can't do that. I don't know if I can't do that. Now that I'm thinking about it. No, I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Yeah, that would be weird and non-working. So. How are you, Nishit? How is everything? You've been not here for a long time. When was the last time you were here? Last year? Yeah. October. October. Long time. Long time. That was so much broken. I'm fine. I've known better days. I have a fat ass headache right now, so stream is gonna end soon-ish. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's I am so tired. I've been tired for the whole day. Today was leg day this morning, so because I've been up since 6 in the morning. Where's the gym and shit? I am dead. But other than that, I'm good. Other than that, everything is fine. Kinda. Not really, but kinda. Um, Why is this shit? This is so bad. Let me just not do that. And let's use Sonnet and see if it works with Sonnet. But yeah. Congrats on starting working out. That's a good thing. That's a nice thing to have. Reuse and loaded image. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. I could see that happen. Basically what you're saying is that right now, because you are uploading the same image twice in different spots, it is considered as a different image, and therefore it is hosted as a secondary image with a different URL. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. I get that. I can fix that. I can fix. Can I fix that? Maybe I can't fix that. Ah, maybe. All right. Let's say maybe. Maybe it's gonna be fine. Why is it so shit? Oh, yeah. Ah. Remove the things related to the design so it doesn't touch the design, it just changes the profile picture. Probably gonna be fine. It is probably gonna be fine. Ah. The reason why I don't know if I can do Match Stony is basically I think I'm hosting all the files in one place without user specified URLs, or like they are linked but they are just like hosted in Cloudflare bucket as far as I remember. So I might not be able to do that. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to check. Oi! Okay, cool. I said no messages in chat, but still messages in chat. Like, it's just goddamn. Yeah. No, I can see that as an option. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I don't know how I put it in place. Oh, I just resetted the user thing. Yeah, no, that's my bad. We have profile picture. We have profile picture. Cool, but I guess the design is here, and the issue that I have with it is the drop shadow. Where is it? There. Right? No. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. That seems like a lot of things. That seems like a lot of things. Why do we have a drop shadow here? That's the thing. That's the thing that I don't understand. So, I mean, that's the only place that we have a fucking shadow. So let me just remove that for now and attempt something. It's still there. It is still there.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I need to remove shadows. All of them. But then I don't think it's gonna be. I'm gonna ask. Let's see. I don't know. Stony, that's the thing. Ban is one of these projects where I haven't touched and look at the code other than potentially looking at some text lines to change the copy on the website. That's about it. That's all I've done. That is all I have done. So, not good. Not good. Okay, so that alert.css is the box shadow that was here. That box shadow is in the alert content, which wasn't supposed to be there. We wanted to have on the container. And because the alert content container didn't really have our corner radius, it kind of broke. I guess that's the thing. So if let's see, if I go back here, do a rounded 4 here, and then check it out, that's kind of okay. It's kind of okay. Shadow is fine. Yeah. That's the extent of my capacities when it comes to Tailwind right now. I don't have the capacities to do anything else. So that makes no sense. Good. So the alerts are now taking the profile picture. They have a better shadow. We have confettis. The bot said, "Welcome back to you." By the way, I didn't enter that message because we resetted the thing. I pressed on this, and therefore, if you speak again, it's going to say hi again right now. But now, it's going to show you your profile picture, which we didn't have before. So that's new, and it works, I think. Like that. Am I gonna be greeted again? Yes, I am. I've been here 6 times. Can you believe it? 6 times. Um, yeah, probably. I didn't know about that. Do they have like an API stuff thingy that I can use? Or is it like a one by one? I need to basically understand what they have, and then export the correct thing. Is that what it is? If that is the case, then, you know, I see. Yeah, there is a service that I found that is basically a favicon fetcher, and it costs so much, it doesn't make any sense. So yeah, Vero, hi, welcome in. What do you mean I changed it? I changed the chat. I'm guessing that's what you're saying. Yes, I just did today, basically a second ago, and now the chat has the ability to switch from light mode to dark mode to whatever you need. Technically, I'm using system, so my system is in dark mode, so it kind of works. But it also, like, you know, adapt. That's cool. That's cool. I'm thinking about adding like a different or a new theme things. So we'll see. We will see. But yeah. Yeah, I can check that out. For sure. For sure. They seem to have a very, like, simple URL stuff. So, you know, for the things that might exist, yeah. I would say the only issue that I have with that is that most of them are their extended version and not their contracted version. So that's the thing that is kind of sad. But yeah, I'm not doing well, but that's fine. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't for your name color. It wasn't necessarily on the chat itself. It was mostly on the cursor. But yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I'm guessing yes. For the login, I think I did. I think I did. Kane, please share. I appreciate the good testers. Yes, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I mean they are pretty fine, but like there is this thing. This favicon fetcher things, but it's TypeScript slash whatever, I forgot what it is, um, package, and it doesn't really fetch properly. So that's a thing. Um, so yeah. I mean, that's probably peace, but it's really hard to read with the A4 at the same time. But welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the compliment. I appreciate it. Design Pickle page has a button that prompts ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever, to explain the user with what is Design Pickle. Interesting. Yeah, but I mean, it's peace, I'm guessing, unless it's P for C or it's P ace, which is weird. Acing P's, yes, I guess. But work on it nonetheless. Peace is fine. I've seen something. Obviously, I've seen so many things, but I've seen something. Yes, there. So this is the same thing, Kane. Like if I'm looking at, is it the same? No. That's not the doc that I looked at. What did I do? Who was it? No. Is it there? No, it's not there. That makes no sense. I don't want to go to clerk. Docs, but I kind of want to do and go to the docs. How the fuck did I found that? Nonetheless, we don't care. Basically, what happened is inside of some of these docs, and apparently it's not like the Next.js, and I don't know exactly which one it was, but it doesn't really fucking matter. We don't care about that. We had on the side a button that says copy to Anthropic, copy to ChatGPT, copy to whatever. And what it does is you click the button, it opens the chat in whatever app you selected with proper message, and it's pre-prompted, and you just have to press enter. And I'm guessing it's the same thing that you had on Design Pickle, which is interesting. But yeah, it's kind of sad that it's not there. Hmm. Yeah, maybe I will self-host this. So yeah, I don't know what I'm using Stonies for the OG image. The only thing that I know is that I can't get much related to your social accounts. Like most of these don't expose the information. For some reason, TikTok is exposing the information, or at least I did something at some point that was good enough in the code that it exposed my username and my follower account. And then from there, because this is cached data, I have the information, but that's all I have. I don't have more than that. And so I don't really like that as a concept. Same thing here. This is the LinkedIn icon, and we are on the Behance card. So that is supposed to send me to Behance, not LinkedIn. It does, but it's just like pretty wild. So I don't know. But yeah, also my favicon OG fetching doesn't really work. The only one that works for me is the one that I have here. The one that I have in here for that URL is the only OG image fetch that I have made that works. The others, nope. Nope, don't work, and I don't know why. So, you know, it happened. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. Also, this image is my LinkedIn image, so I just used the link from LinkedIn. So if I changed, it's not gonna work anymore. It's gonna be sad. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. I got it in bigger. Nah. You think it's too strong? I made sure that the image was a low opacity as well on light mode to have contrast ratio things. So maybe that's a thing that makes it look like it's too much. I don't know. Yeah, no, everything is fine there. That's fine. However, I'm scared of this. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, so going to a profile that is locked, which is you. You are in the free tier, so you are locked into light mode. And therefore, yeah. It's not strong at all. It's the opacity. Like the image is opacitied. And then YouTube is taking the red, Twitch is supposed to take the purple, but it's not because I fucked it up. That's my bad. And then that's bad. Did you have the full name? No, you didn't. That's cute. I like that. That works. I don't know how, but that's neat. Also, yes. I really need to figure out how. How? That's the question. I want to know how Bento has achieved fetching images from Instagram and fetching images from other platforms, because that makes absolutely no sense. And I don't know how it works. This is really cute. We do like this overlay thing, but goddamn. They changed something. That wasn't like this last week. Interesting. It's wild. Nah, it's not. It's not too strong. It's how I wanted it to be. But also, Stony, one of the things that is important, not really, but kind of things to keep in mind. Most bitch. You are breaking the entire thing. Okay. Most people are expected to move to this when they pay for the fucking thing. So, you know, simpler, whatever. These ones are so strong though. That overlay. I made sure to have like so much opacity switch, but even then, these two, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but god damn. But that's not a bad idea. I will see if I can add the gallery thing. Yes. Yes, the gallery thing. But that's interesting. Okay, so if users are stuck in light mode, as in free users, they are apparently resetting the preview or the view for each band profiles. So I need to fix that as well. And that's gonna be fine. But yeah. It's good. It's good. All right. Who here be live? Is my question. Adam is live. Interesting. Haven't seen Adam in a long time. Ponce is live. I appreciate it. I appreciate the breakings. I appreciate the breakings. Full box is still live. I see that. I see that. Yeah. That's not what I wanted to do. That is not what I wanted to do. Alright, cool. Let's go there. Thanks a lot for being here. As always, I appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not live, feel free to join the Discord to ask said question. Highly appreciated. As always, if you want to smell good or if you smell good already but you want to organize your smell good, that's the app to use. Yeah, these things are not going to work. If you want to learn Japanese, Can is pretty good. And if you want to have something like, I don't know, a new design project, maybe use that. That's an appreciated thing as well. As always, I should be back on Friday, unless I'm dead. As always, we never know, right? It happens. I think 4box just ended their stream. I think. So. So yeah, probably sending you somewhere else. Cat, hi, welcome in. I'm about to go. Nutty's live, but also Adam's live for some software, which is pretty cool. But they are inside of Figma, which is wild. Yeah, I guess.
Human form in a digital space.
I guess. Damn it. Alright, sending you to Adam that is doing some coding. Coding is interesting for some people here. But yeah, also this has been updated automatically, which is pretty cool because now the date, I don't need to care about it, and the stream number, I should have cared about it, but it hasn't updated, which is kind of sad. But the date works, so that's something to fix the rest. But yeah, nonetheless, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill, and I'll see you all next time on Friday, all day. Okay, bye.